Hello, hello. It's good to see everyone. Happy New Year. Um, I was supposed to have a second camera, so let me get that set up and we will get started very soon. I see people in the chat saying hello. We've got people all over the United States, so that's wonderful. Hopefully, some of our international friends can join us as well. I'm Andy from True Blue Quilts, and this is the Four Bits Mystery. I'm so glad that you are all adventurous folks and decided to join me. Like I said, let me take a second to get the camera set up, and hopefully, you all have your clue number one, the cutting instructions, and the first set of strips. This is a row quilt. We'll be making 10 different rows this morning in some different combinations, and I will talk about all of that. So, motion warning as I move around my small little sewing room here and check that other camera. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the Workspace camera is showing my design wall, and I'm going to be laying out the rows there so that you can see what is going on, and I will talk through that whole process. So we have Kay and Susan and Denise and Donna. Hello, everyone. So glad that you are here. Um, Go ahead and bookmark, if you haven't already, the True Blue Quilts website. So I'm going to put that in chat. So give me just a second to type. Good morning, Charlotte. And I set this up with a password. Yes, it's a free pattern, but you know how online business works. I'm trying to run my pattern and teaching company, so I don't mind if you share things, but encourage people to sign up for my email list so that we can stay in touch. And the password for this pattern page is just 4 bits. FOURBITS, all lowercase, no spaces, and you can see that website link. So I will be uploading the additional clues to that page throughout the day. I don't know how long it's going to take me to send out all the emails. I wasn't able to get an automated system set up for that. And as you can tell from my voice, I am battling a cold, sinus, crud, tis the season. I'm happy to see Leah and Melinda. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so we are starting with strips. Jelly rolls are packages of 2.5-inch strips. They go by various names depending on what company you're purchasing from. You can also cut your own. So I have designed this quilt to work with a package of 40 strips. So if you were able to collect 40 2.5-inch strips of fabric, you can make this quilt top. And we have cut them into 4 different sizes. And I'm just going to refer to them with numbers, and you need to check the pattern for the seam allowances and things. So we have our long strip, 20. We have the next strip is 10, then 5, and 2. So that makes up our 4 bits, 2, 5, 10, and 20. Now, I did have some questions about the cutting instructions, so let me go over those again real quick. This is going to be a very scrappy kind of improv layout. And the way I calculated everything, you only need 27 of this longest cut. So I wrote the instructions for you to cut 27 of the longest size. Then in the cutting instructions, I gave you the totals of the other sizes, but I referred to them as full set plus. So when I say full set, that means one of each of the entire jelly roll package. So hopefully you cut your 27, then you went down and cut your 48 from the 10. So you'd go through your whole stack of 40 plus 8 more, and then go back and cut all the 5s that you need, and then finish up with the 2s. So hopefully that cutting made sense. If people are still doing that this morning, that is perfectly fine. Good morning. I'm assuming it's Casey. Let me know if I have that pronunciation wrong. Glad to see you joining us from Massachusetts. And to all our replay viewers, if you weren't able to catch the live first thing on New Year's Day, I am so glad you took the time to watch the replay and are having fun with our 4 Bits Mystery. So once you have all the cutting done, and you can cut in stages if you just want to cut, 5 or 6 pieces at a time, that works too. Then we go to the Clue 1 chart, and I gave you a table that shows each of the 4 sizes, and then it tells you how many of each of those sizes will be included in that row. And we are making 3 variations of each row of combination, bits, each row of bits. So gather the pieces that you need for row 1 or strip 1. And I've got them here, and I just grabbed some sticky notes and hand wrote my labels. If you've got nice pins that help keep your rows organized, go ahead and do that. So strip 1, we needed, let me get my notes. Where did I say? Oh, papers across the room. We had our combination of 2s, 5s, 10s, and a 20. So I laid that all out on my design wall, and then I sewed together the short ends to make one long strip with all the pieces from strip 1. Then I changed the orientation. And of course, your colors are going to make this variety as well. So like I said, I mixed up the order of the 20, 10, 2s, and 5s so that I have 3 different layouts for my set 1. And then I can just set those aside. If you want to iron as you go, you can do that. If you want to iron all in one session later in the day, that's fine too. I am just going to fold these up and set them aside, and we will get going. So that's set 1. And then I already laid out my set 2 because I sewed those yesterday. That's the trick of being the designer, is you sew ahead of the group. Good morning, Bridget. Happy New Year. So here are my set 2. And as you can see from my workspace, I laid it out on the design wall, and then I just picked everything up in order. So I'm going to sew these pieces along the short edge and get going on strip 2. So open sew time. Go ahead, chat. Let people know what colors you're working on. If you have any questions about the pattern or the process, as I said, I'm just giving you a basic recipe. We're going to sew our strips together and have a fun, scrappy quilt from a strip set jelly roll package. Okay, moving this camera so you can see a little bit better of my machine. Okay. And I took some time this morning to wind a couple bobbins, so I'm all set to go there. And the fun thing about this is that strips will be able to go together in multiple ways because you've got the variety of placement. You can flip things around. It's just going to be a really fun, scrappy project. Good morning, Jackie from Texas, and Vicky is here from Ohio. So glad everyone can join us. Hopefully, you've been having a good holiday week. I'm just sewing my strip 2 pieces together. I'm a little bit ahead of folks. And this is going to work really nicely for chain piecing. So I just sewed my first few combinations. I've got a leader ender bit there. And then I can take the first 2 pieces. And if you want to take pictures as you lay out the rows and then be able to keep track of things, I actually wanted the 5 to be on the end, so I know to turn that around. And then make sure you lay things out right side up and then put them together. I'm working with batiks, so it's especially easy, very common to get things flipped around because there's not really a right side and a wrong side to batiks. But once you start sewing, you have to make sure that you don't flip things and get a visible seam sewn together. So just check that your seams are on the outside when you sew your various pieces together as your strips start getting longer there. And I just sew the pieces, trying to keep them in the order that was I started with. I also grab a scrap piece of fabric so that I can have kind of a leader ender here in between units. I don't want to start another strip set because I don't want to confuse things. So I'll just, when I need the piece that's under the needle, I'll just grab my leader ender scrap and snip that. And then I can, and I've already forgotten how I was doing things. I think I wanted these 2 little ones together. And it's one of those things, it's improv. It's not really going to matter. Yes, Lori. I left off the half when I was describing the cuts just for the sake of time and so yes, follow the pattern for the actual sizes. I'm just referring to them by whole numbers, but we do need to remember our seam allowance. Those edges lined up nice and square. Keep your good 1/4 inch. And there is set 2. So now that I have the first set all done, I can come to the next one. So we have an odd number of strips. So or an odd number of pieces in strip 2. So I am going to kind of leapfrog my pieces. Excuse my cough. I'm really sorry. Thanks, Jackie, for the reminder. It does help me on my channel if you hit the like, and if you're not subscribed to True Blue Quilts, take this opportunity to subscribe to the channel. I go live every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern to just have a sew and chat. I like to have dedicated time to get my sewing projects done, and so I like to see everybody on Wednesday evenings. Occasionally I'll do a Saturday live as well. But that Wednesday keeps me pretty busy, and I have some in-person events on weekends, so I can't always commit to a live. Okay, that was the second one. And we are doing 3 variations of each strip recipe. So I can take, here is a strip 2 combination. So I'm going to go ahead and label that. I just wrote the number on a sticky note. Not that it really matters for anything once we get these going, but we'll give the appearance of being organized. And then I just grab my next 2 pieces and keep the process going. So with all your fabric variations and all the different ways to arrange the pieces in a strip, you are going to have a totally unique quilt when you are done. And like I said, I have these laid out in order, and by the time you sew 2 or 3 pairs together, I have no idea if I got them in the same order as they started out with, but I am pretty relaxed with things like this. Yes. So thanks, Donna, for clarifying. Make sure you cut with your 1/2-inch seam allowance and not just the 20-10-5 that I am using for shorthand notation here as I talk. And if you're just joining us and still working on the cutting step, I recommend to do all of the long pieces first, get the total number of pieces you need for that largest size. Then go back to your stack and cut the total number you need for the next largest size and work your way down to the smallest pieces. Okay, and now I get to decide which will go pretty dramatically from light to dark on this set. If this is your first time sewing a mystery quilt, congratulations. Welcome to the fun unknown. I'm glad that you trust me enough to commit the fabric and time to making this project. I have been a fan of mystery quilts since I started quilting. Literally, the first year I quilted, it was probably my third or fourth quilt project. I took a mystery class at a retreat, and it was just so much fun. I loved just picking the fabrics according to the sparse guidelines that the instructor gave us, and then just had such an enjoyable day building this quilt, trusting the process. And I appreciate every one of you that is trusting me as well. So here is the third variation of our second strip recipe. And don't feel like you are falling behind if you are just now sitting down to sew strip 1, and here I am with set 2 complete. I had a head start. I know what I'm doing. So it's a fun day at the machine with other quilters, and thanks for spending time with me. So Dorothy is a first-time mystery investigator. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. What am I thinking about when I select the bits for a row? Am I trying to keep it balanced between light, dark, and medium? Yeah, it depends. I'm just getting ready to set up strip 3, so we will talk about that. So again, I'm staying organized with some paper labels on each of these rows so I know what I've done and what I still need to get going. I do try to keep a balance. This, as I've said, this is an improv, really scrappy. It's not going to matter where the colors end up. So whatever is pleasing to you. But I do try to vary the lights and darks. And if I grabbed one strip that was darker, all the next couple strips I grab will tend to be the lights and the mediums. But if you grabbed a jelly roll prepackaged from a manufacturer, all those colors go together in a collection. So don't worry too much about what ends up where. And I'm sure if you did that from your stash as well, as long as all the colors just kind of mix into a great palette, then you'll be fine. And there will be times later in the layout when you can move things around. So again, don't get too hung up on placement. This is just an enjoyable kind of grab and go sewing experience. Okay, so I am going to move over to the workspace and lay out set 3. Okay, hopefully everybody can see in here. So I'm looking at my chart, and I need 4 of my 5.5s. So I've got those laid out. You can see I did a light and a dark, a light and a dark, and then a dark and a medium. And then I just alternated on that first row. So I did kind of the same thing. I've got a variety there of the 5.5. So we will spread those out, and I'm going to come back and move these. And then I just got one of the 20s and one of the 10s for this row. And I actually grabbed two. That's why I'm so confused. So I was like, was it folded? Okay, so I will do 5, 20, 5, 10. Actually, let me put my two. I'm rearranging this because I didn't necessarily want the seams to line up, but we're going to randomize all this later, so it really doesn't matter. Like I had 2 5s on the end here, so I didn't want 2 5s on the end. Okay. And then I've got my last set, and this one I kept just to the lights and the mediums, but since I have such a variety of colors, I wanted to bring in more of those lighter blues on this set. So we didn't start off with a 20, so I will put the 20 on an end here. Five. Five. Ten. So there are the 3 variations of set 3. So however you want to, if the only thing you wanted to do was vary the colors and use one formula, that would be fine. You can be as structured or as chaotic as you want. So when I take these to the sewing machine, I start from the left and I just stack them up. So I'm keeping that fabric that was on the left is on the top. And then the fabric on the right is on the bottom. And then this set, I can go sew. And then I'll grab my next one. Same thing. Picking up from the left. Adding to the bottom of the stack. And this is a good time, like I said, to take a picture of your layout so you can check as you go along. If you care that much, you know, it's a random process. We can keep things random without too much. I want this to be a low stress. Tons of cords running around. Oh, I should put up things that I've already finished so we have something pretty to look at on the design wall. And like I said, once we have things sewn, it's not going to matter if we put them in order. So, and you can see my very high-tech design wall is just a piece of batting that I have thumbtacked to the wall. I checked with my husband first, made sure he wouldn't mind some holes to patch later if and when we decide to sell the house. Okay, so you can see how that really scrappy random selection is going to work there on the design wall. This is a little more planned than a jelly roll race, but a that was my starting point for this idea, just to use up as much of the fabric as I can. Okay, Renee is asking about setting up your strips. Yes. So, strip one, we took one of the small, the 2.5, 4 bits that were 5.5, 2 bits that are 10.5, and 1 bit that was 20. So I think you typed something extra in there. And yes, then you just combine those in any random order. You can go in order that it was listed, and so the 2.5, then so all the 5.5s together, and then the 10 and the 20. Or you can see on the design wall where I started with the 20, added a 2, and then a 5, and then another 2, and then a 10. I'm looking at that second strip from the left. And then I just mixed up that formula for the third strip. Okay, glad you're on track, Renee. Yeah, once you have the formulas for each strip, it is a random selection. So you could just lay your piles next to your machine and grab them and go. Thanks, Kathy. Yes, another reminder that when I am talking and saying 20, 10, 5, and 2, those numbers do not include the seam allowances. So please double check the written instructions for the correct sizes of our units. Okay, so I have my selections for my set 3, and I'm going to start sewing those strips. All I'm doing is making sure that short end is lined up. Make sure you aren't getting too wonky as you sew the strips together. Make sure it stays in a nice 90-degree angle on the corners. Mm. And sometimes it helps to put like I've got this stack of fabrics for my next row. I'm going to go ahead and put a pin in one end of my top fabric, then I know that is the left-hand end of my row, because I have been getting confused. Like I said, it doesn't really matter, but I laid it out, and I kind of want to stick to the layout that I tried. Yes, Becky, you are making 3 of each formula. So 3 variations of row 1, 3 variations of row 2, and 3 variations of row 3. Kathy, you're making 3 of each configuration. 3 of set 1, 3 of set 2, 3 of set 3. Kathy, yes. Each strip will be a little bit different because of seam allowances, and we will trim everything up at the end. So I have 10 different rows planned, and we're making 3 of each row, so you will have 30 strips by the end of the day. Dorothy, yes, we're gonna come up with some variation, and that was my math in my head wasn't working out right, but we can always trim it even at the end. So embrace the improv nature. That was the okay. First one. Okay, and there's another variation of strip 3. Hello, Donna. Glad you have sunshine for the new year. And thanks for joining us on this improv jelly roll project. Okay, here we are almost ready. For the end of clue 1. And again, don't feel like you have to rush to keep up. Sew at your own pace, whatever feels good to you. Hop on, hop off as family calls. If you're interested in the Rose Parade and the football and all the other stuff going on today, that is fine. Hello, Deb. Yes, I am a very scrappy quilter. I have been quilting for 20 years now, so I have quite a stash. I want to use it up, and I love controlled chaos, I guess is the best way to say it, because I do like to color block, plan my colors. I don't just grab any fabric and put it in. I definitely work in a set color scheme. And I'm loving the way these blue and green batiks are coming out today. So let me get set 3 on the wall. Now, this is not the final layout of the quilt. This is just for demonstration purposes. Of course, it could be. You could keep things in order. Okay, so here we have the first 9 strips from clue 1. I gave you a formula for each strip set, and then we made 3 variations by changing the placement of the pieces. Here is set 2 with a different combination of units, and set 3 with a different combination of units. And as people have noted, because we have different numbers of pieces and the different numbers of seams in each set, we're going to have a very jagged edge on our final quilt. I'm sorry if that bothers you. You are free to abandon this project and use your jelly roll strips for something else. That does not hurt my feelings at all. It's a mystery. You have to try it. You have to see it to know if you're going to like it. And we're just having fun with an improv recipe for our jelly roll quilt today. So thank you for joining in. Here is clue 1. We're going to set that aside. I am going to do some admin work and get clue 2 out. So you guys have fun sewing, and I will be back in, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes. Keep dropping your questions in the chat. We've got a nice group going here. Yes, I am just loosey-goosey. Go with the flow. We're going to just have fun with it. We're playing with pretty fabric today, and we'll see where we get at the end of the day. Sandy has snow in Canada, so yes, it sounds like a great day to be inside sewing. Thanks so much for joining in. As I said, I am going to go offline, not offline, but I am going to be working behind the scenes for a few minutes. So have fun sewing. Take pictures along the way. Email them to me, post them on social media with 4 Bits and True Blue Quilts as the tag. I'd love to see your work. It sounds like people have some really great color combinations going on. Lots of brights. There was a yellow, coral, and blue, I think, that sounded really interesting. I would, I'm a fabric lover. I just love the pretty pictures. So please tag me on social media as you are working. And as I said, it should be about 15 minutes, and I will be back online with the next clue. So watch your inbox. Hello, how is everybody doing? Are we making progress on clue 1? Was the first 9 strips. So I gave you formulas for 3 different rows, and then you make 3 variations of those 3 rows. So it's gonna be a very scrappy project, and we're just gonna improv, kind of throw things all together and keep going. I am in the process of sending out clue 2. You can get it on my website, and I will put that link in just a minute. I want to update some settings, so let me do that behind the scenes. I'm gonna take off the password for the moment, so if you have not gotten your Clue 2 email, you can find the Clue 2 chart by the website link I just put in the chat. So I took off the password, so if you accessed it this morning with a password, you don't need to do that for the rest of today. I'll turn that back on tonight. So if you forwarded the pattern to some friends, they'll have to contact me to get access after today. But I am so thankful that all of you are here and um, enjoying things. I'm going to snap a quick picture of our progress and share that online. You know, if you don't post to Instagram, it didn't happen. Oh, goodness. New device, and it's not all set up. Uh, we will get going here in just a second. Okay, there we go. Go. Whoops. Okay, yes, Kathy. These 9 rows are the first bit, the first third, I guess, almost of the whole quilt. And clue 2 is available now on the website. It will take me a few more minutes to send out all the emails. My automation crashed, so I'm having to do it manually, which takes time. But you can go to the website and it links right there. So Donna mentioned she missed the clue. Go to the website. Clue 2 takes you to the Google document that you can make a copy of or just view on your computer. So um, I've got my set 4 strips, but I am going to work on getting all those emails out behind the scenes. So you guys sew. Let me know if you run into any problems. And thanks for being here. Yeah, I wish technology worked a little easier sometimes. Um, but it's also one of my traits. I'm not going to label it good or bad. It's just how I tend to do things. I get an idea and I run with it and don't spend as much time as perhaps I should to get organized ahead of time. But I appreciate all your patience. We're just having fun sewing. I'll get my act together here soon. You know, it's just fabric, it's just thread. We'll get all the information to everybody as quickly as possible. Help each other out. I'm sure it's fascinating to watch me work on the computer, but you guys all have your sewing machines handy. You can use this time to go get some lunch. Did anyone track how many quilts you finished in 2024? I keep a log for my long arms, so I know how many quilts I've done there. I think my total was 19 this year, which is down a bit from previous, when it's the day job that cramps my style. I had a different job. I was focused more on long arming for those couple years of the pandemic and got like 40 done one year. That was amazing. But now I'm doing a little bit more with pattern design and teaching, so I don't get quite as many done on the long arm. I've got quite a stack. I probably have another 40 to work on, plus the new ones that I start. Okay, if you have been checking your email and don't see the clue 2, then you need to go to the website and access it there. It's just, I apologize. It's taking me way too long to send out these emails. And I'm trying to balance, sewing with you online, getting the clues out to everybody. But it's, as I said, it's not a race. We're just having an enjoyable day sewing. It will all come together. If it takes us through the weekend, then hopefully nobody's on such a tight deadline that they expected to get a whole quilt done in 2 hours. Okay, nice, Dorothy. 15 quilts. Donna, of course you can print out instructions. Yeah, you've got the pattern. It's yours. Um, Sandy is working with fat quarters. Okay. So, depending on how the shop cut your fat quarters, you may not be able to get that largest 20.5 inches. Someone was telling me that they were working with fat quarters and were a little short. So, you've got a couple options. You can just keep that 20 bit as whatever length your fat quarter was and fill in, or you know substitute some other fabric for those longer. Okay, good, I'm glad it's working out. That's the whole thing about this kind of improv quilt. You adapt and make it work. As people have noted, our strips are going to be various lengths because some rows will have more seams than others. I tried to do the math to get it all pretty close to that 48 to 50 inch width, but we may need to adjust. You can fill in gaps if you have something that's a lot shorter. Hopefully, we'll have some extra 2.5-inch squares that you can add on if you wanted to extend some of those quilts. Yeah, Sandy, for people that just saw and joined in the mystery last night or this morning, I understand you're still going to be cutting. Hi, Jay. You can start anytime. Donna, if you got the pattern, that's where you sign up for. It's kind of an automatic link. So once you go to my website and grab the pattern, then but if you just went to the link with all the instructions, that wouldn't have gotten you on the email list. So go back to the homepage of my website where it says download the pattern. That takes you to a quote sales page. It's a free download, so that's how you would get on. Or if you just join. No, you can't just join the email list because I won't know who signed up for that. Sandy carried over some 2023 whips. Didn't we all? And I think my oldest project is probably from like 2006. I've got some quilts that I haven't finished yet. So, okay. You've got the instructions. I'm going to do a little bit of sewing and then go back to my admin email duties. I laid out set 4 earlier, so I am going to work on those. And row 4 was a little bit different because we only had the 3 units. We had a 10 and 2 20s. And again, I'm just using whole numbers. There are seam allowances. So with 3 pieces, there aren't a lot of options, but you have your color variation. So you can see in this one, I did 2 darks and a light, and I'm going to put that in the middle, and then I reversed it and so it just depends for row 4 if you want the shorter piece in the middle or on the end. And of course, you can flip it around. So one row could have the short piece on the left side, the other row could have the short row in the middle, and then the third would have it on the right, the opposite side. Or you could vary your colors and do light, medium, dark, light, light, dark, light, dark, light, however you want to randomize things, you can do that. And again, make sure your seams are to the outside of your strip. You don't want to sew things back to front. And it's very tricky with batik to check those right sides. So set 4 goes together really quick with just 3 pieces there. Now, my hope is that when we start sewing the strips together, we can turn things around and mix them all up so that we don't have any matching seams anywhere. So we'll see if we can accomplish that in the layout phase, but that's a little ways away. Okay, let me get these all on the design wall. So you can see how we could turn those around and get the different color variations going. I've got some components where those seams match up, but as I mix up the strips, I'm hoping that we can change that around enough so that, like over here, you're not having to match any seams. They're just going to be offset. Make things a little bit easier when we get to that next stage of putting things together. Okay, so there is clue 1, and we've started clue 2. So I'm going to take all these down because it is time to set out our next rows. So over here. And I'm checking my chart. So in row 5, we need 2 of our 5.5. So I'll just grab and then we need 2 of our 10.5. And you can mix up your strip sets, you know. You don't have to just take the next one off the stack. You can certainly plan your color combinations. And then we need 1 of our 20s. So we just have 5 pieces in this next row. To that. And on this one, I am more thinking about where my darks and lights are than the size, really, of the strip. Okay, so that will be set number 5. And again, I'm stacking these up to take to my sewing machine, working from the left, and then just adding the pieces to the bottom. So there's, I've got 1 set ready to go. And my next. And take this last one over to the machine. K is not finding clue 2. Okay, let me double check. Why is log in on a different device and make sure I've got. Have you refreshed the True Blue Quilts page? So you go to truebluequilts.com/4 bits mystery quilt. Okay, that takes us to the mystery page. Yeah, it's so this this website link that I just put in chat takes you to all the clues. About halfway down the page, it says clue 2 available, and it has a link, and that should take you out to a Google Doc that has the chart with the new clues, and I will catch up on all the other emails as well. Dorothy, don't worry if you just got started sewing. I had a head start, of course, and we're just getting started. So you have plenty of time. It's not a race. And Casey had a good point. A lot of times these emails will end up in spam because we don't have a history, because I'm sending a lot of emails. The internet thinks I'm spamming people. So I apologize. Hopefully it all gets sorted. That's why I have put things on the website so that you can have a direct access. So check the chat, truebluequilts.com/4 bits mystery quilt. There's some dashes in there, so between words. So make sure you can do that. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit boring for a few minutes as I go back and get my email situation cleaned up. You know, there are ways to get this all to happen automatically, but I was not on the ball to plan that. So I'm doing it a very slow, old fashioned manual way. Gmail is going to hate me after today with all of these messages going out. Okay, so a little bit of email, a little bit of sewing. Yeah, Godzana, that's why I figured I'd just put things on the web since email is going to be pretty screwy. So, thank you for joining in. I just need to take care of the people that weren't able to join the live and don't see the website link. So, like I said, juggling a lot of hats as a small business owner. Okay, so here I go with my set 5. And yes, I'm working ahead. You guys manage stuff and enjoy your day. You do not have to keep up with me. It's not a race. It's not a test. You're not being evaluated on anything. We do this for fun. Okay, I'm going to open the big can of worms. Who pre-washed their jelly rolls? I have done it in the past where I just soak everything in the sink, but I did not take the time to do that, and I may regret that. I may have a nice gray with some of these darker, I mean, like this is really dark batik. But that's what color catchers are for, right? I was just thinking about that as I'm sewing these light fabrics to these really dark batiks. Might cause problems later. Or you could put all the strips in a laundry bag if you were. Some people are really dedicated about pre-washing. I have never been. Okay, I'm changing things up. This is how nitpicky I get sometimes, is especially this is why I don't work with collections or entire jelly roll packs sometimes, because this print, even though it's a lighter blue, it's the same as that print. I like things to be different. So I'm just going to switch my plan around and put this on the other end of my strip. So just my little quirkiness is I'd rather not have the same pattern touching, even if it's a different color. So that's why I don't tend to buy from one collection. I will just, go to a shelf here and then find a blender across the store. Well, Deb, we haven't seen anyone say they did pre-wash, so I guess we're all in the same boat with these. Like I said, some of these darker batik colors may may bleed a little bit. I suppose I could go do a test in this sink real quick, but I like living on the edge. Where am I? That dark against that light is where I'm worried about bleeding, but we will cross our fingers, worry about that later. Okay, here is one of my set fives. I talk to myself a lot when I am sewing, because on this row I have to remember that the green goes in the middle. And we put the long one on the end. Okay, I got my three. Yeah, Jay says she never washes the smaller pre-cuts, but she does wash fat quarters. Yeah, like I said, when I've been a good girl and following all the rules, I will sometimes just take the jelly roll strips and put them in the sink, especially if they're, really dark, or purple and red tend to bleed as well. So, but yeah, we'll just send blessings to the universe that we're all going to have good luck with not pre-washing. So glad to see I'm not alone in that. Okay, I'm going to put my Unit 5 strips on the wall. See how we're looking? This is going to be so soft and soothing. I love these colors. Okay, so while I am here, let me go ahead and get, lots going on in row 6. Okay, so I need 4 one of my little guys. And I went for the darks on some of those. So yeah, as I've said before, I try to mix things up, lights and darks, get a little bit of a balance. You know, occasionally throw in one that skews more to the lights. Like this one, this whole row was pretty light. That'll give some good interest in the final design. To each of these. Oops. Yeah. Second one up there. Okay. And then maybe 3 of our 10s. Gonna have to use more of these darks here. That group. Those 2. That group. And I'll end up with a little bit darker row on this one. Okay, so planning how I will line this up. I think I'll do this and then go this and end with that. This is another one that may be one of our shorter rows since we've got all these seams that are going to take up. So I just make my little pile, take that to the machine, ready to sew. I'm trying to keep things in order. Oh, goodness, Kathy. Disaster recovery after a tornado went through. Glad you're safe and glad everything's back together. And of course, this is not a race. We'll get as far as we can today and just have fun. Yeah, Melinda, it sounds like your purple is going to be just fine. I have this one directional flower that I'm gonna put right side up. Just sewing my strips together and trying to keep things oriented the way I thought they should be. Your quilt, your rules. Got that fun little daisy on the end. Oops. Keep things organized over here to the side of my machine. Then I can decide which end I want this last. I been on mute this whole time? Have you been hearing me? I hope so. If I was muted, I apologize. Back in action. No, I couldn't have been on mute. You heard me with the pre-wash discussion. I just noticed a computer setting. Okay, good. Thanks, Shannon. I'm having to add my leader ender in quite a bit on this one to keep the pieces going. Okay, this time I do have to go on mute. Sorry about that. My daughter is up and about and had some questions, so family business in the background. But since I'm only, I can't do much chain piecing when I'm only working on one row at a time, so I just have a leader ender fabric that I put in there. Okay, who's been quilting the longest? This is 20 years for me. Yeah, Godzana, it is a little bit like doing a monologue. You never know who's on the other end. Oh, Shannon, rotator cuff surgery. I've heard that's kind of a beast to recover from. Best wishes for healing. But yeah, that means you don't get to do much sewing. Physical therapy hurts, but you got to do it. Okay, we are ready to add this set. Oh, and Shannon's a newer quilter. Casey, nice. Lots of experience there. Jay, I wouldn't necessarily say 5 years is newbie. I think you've graduated to the intermediate stage. Um, yeah, and is that Colorado Foothills? There are a lot of live sessions today. I'm gonna have to go back and catch some replays. And if I'm remembering, Karen so and so is another experienced. Dorothy, all of you guys with decades. Nice. Um, and I'm curious where in Colorado our Colorado Foothills friend is. I lived in Colorado Springs for several years. That's where the True Blue comes in, Air Force. Okay, I'm going advanced beginner. Jay, I like the phrase that I see on patterns and classes for confident beginners. You know, we can do anything. It's just straight lines. Okay, so here is set 6. And then, like I said, I'm trying to keep those horizontals from lining up, but when you have the same units right up together, we're going to have to scramble those a bit more. So to recap, if we've got any people that are just tuning in, this is the 4 Bits Mystery, and we've got 4 different size pieces that we're combining in a variety of rows, and then we'll sew that all together. So I've come up with the formula for a set, and then we're scrambling within that formula to give us even more variety. Now, our strips, because they start with different numbers of units, we're going to have some variation here when we get to the end. And if you want to add in some extra units to make things longer, that's perfectly fine. This is an improv quilt recipe, so your quilt can finish however you want it to. I'm just getting you started here, and I'm so thankful that you've decided to start 2025 with me. Thanks so much. Like I said, this was clue 2, so we'll leave that visible for folks, and I'm going to take a break and get some admin done behind the scenes so you guys can keep sewing along, and I will be back in about 15 minutes. Okay. Oh, Mary, I'm sorry you've had an injury. Yeah, my husband had knee surgery it's been many years, but when he was recovering, we lived in a 2-story house, and he had to butt scoot up the stairs, after he was off of bed rest, and a little more mobile. But yeah, you've got to. Okay, Susanna, I'll try and keep that. I know the avatars and the names that the computer pulls for us in places. Yeah, Karen, I try. Thanks for being here often enough that I can make that connection a little easier. Oh gosh. And yeah, Shannon. has visited. Oh, you've been to Mecca, you've been to the calling place of, uh, all quilters, Hamilton, Missouri, home of Missouri Star Quilt Company, Jenny Doan and her empire now. Um, yeah, I was in a little bit of a similar situation. My mom opened a fabric and yarn store as a retirement project, and since I live close by, I helped her out in the shop, and yeah, give me all the stuff. So, that's where I haven't looked back from that. And that's also why I don't pre-wash, because I would be in the shop and I'd pull fabrics and, "Oh, I wanna make something. How about we need a sample for this?" And I'd pull right off the bolt and start cutting and sewing, and so there was no time for the pre-wash. Um, Hello, Dee, thanks for joining us. Another relative newbie, but with within a couple years. Glad you are taking the adventure. Well, I hope you're enjoying the mystery, getting in the groove of just doing some fun, low stress sewing to start off here. And let me put the website link in again so that you can bookmark this. I plan to release Clue through 3 at noon. I wasn't sure if 2 hours would be long enough, too much time, not enough. But I figure if you have access to the clues, you can sew at your own pace. Oh, Kathy, I'm sorry to hear about your neighbor. Okay, as I said, I'm going to be behind the scenes doing some admin work, help each other out in the chat, and I will be back in about 15 minutes. Okay, how is everybody doing? Uh, I'm catching up on comments. Shannon enjoyed her time in Quilt Town, USA, Hamilton, Missouri. Oh, wow, you had a grandmother who hand quilted. That's amazing. Um, Kathy, your iPad going to sleep. I understand. That's very frustrating. There may be something in the settings in terms of sleep that um, I don't I'm not the tech expert, so, um, yeah, I'm hoping that helps for you. And yes, having a completed flimsy today would be awesome. Hopefully, we can get there. So, let me know, thumbs up in chat if we're ready to move on to another clue, if you just like some more sewing time before we move on. I know, I've got a couple strips sets planned because as the designer, I know what's coming next and it doesn't I had several days to prepare, so let me know. I had in my head said that clue 3 would come out at noon, so we're ahead of that time schedule, but let me know if you're ready to move on to the next set of strips or if you'd like just some downtime to finish up with clue 1 and 2. Again, this is not a race. If you've just joined in, that's wonderful. We're just randomly sewing our 4 bits together. I've given you some recipes for the different strips, but I'm encouraging you to mix things up as much as you desire. This is a laid back improv sewing session. We should end up with a smallish lap throw size at the end of the day. So I'm just so thankful that everybody is having fun and starting off the new year with a new project. And I can't wait to see your creations. So let me take a minute and look at Instagram. There we go. You can see my messy sewing room on Instagram. Uh, Renee, um, I have not sent out clue 3 yet. Are you ready? I'm assuming you are. Um, Thanks for all the help to Kathy with her sleepy iPad. Um, yeah, I just need to hear from people if we're ready for clue 3 or if we need some more sewing time. This would probably be a good time to have a pressing session. The seams can be pressed however you want. I am planning to I haven't done any pressing yet, but I plan to just go all in one direction, make it easy on myself. But if you are a dedicated press to the dark side or a dedicated press seams open, do you. I am not the quilt police. I am very laid back, whatever works. As I said, the goal is to switch our strips around so we do not have intersecting seams. So it won't matter if they nest. I'm hoping to avoid any of that. Okay. Good to hear that people are still sewing along and there is no rush for clue 3. Okay. So I will take a break and let you guys sew and catch up and um, I'll do some pressing and we will have clue 3 noonish mountain time. It's only 11:30 right now where I am. So um, thanks so much for hanging out with me and happy stitching. I will be back real soon. How is everybody doing? I am starting to press my rows. As I said before the break, I am going to press everything in one direction, but that's not a hard and fast rule. You can press your rows however you are comfortable. If you want to make sure that you press to the darker fabric, that will be fine. Um, my goal for the final layout is to mix things up so that we don't have to match any seams, but that's a ways away. So you will see me in and out of the workspace as I take those strips off the wall and take them to my ironing board and get those pressed and then set aside so that we will be ready for clue 3, which is the remaining strip sets. So, Dorothy, you are right on time. Still working on clue 1. That is fine. Hopefully this is making sense, the process as I've described it, the different formulas that I'm giving you for the strip sets. We're making 3 variations with each recipe for a row, and today is just a relaxed improv sewing day. So I am going to keep pressing, and you can let me know how things are going in the next 10 to 15 minutes if we are ready to get started on clue 3. But we have time, so don't worry. Okay, reminder on screen for the pressing, and I'm here if you need me. I've got a spare bedroom set up with my sewing machine in one corner and my design wall set up nicely here. And then along the wall in between is my pressing station. So it's a little bit off camera, but it's nice and convenient. The goal for 2025 is that my daughter wants to rearrange her room and get rid of the big bookcase that she's had in there. And so that will take up most of this space, which will give me some nice storage. And I'm thinking of just putting a portable design wall on the front of the bookcase so that I can set it up as I need it. So I will be losing this wall soon, which is a little bit sad, but I think we can make it work for the family. In and out. I'm going to get set up for a future clue. No pressure. I just want to have something on the design wall for people to look at. If you have a sec, drop a message in the chat. Let me know where you are in the process, what strip group you are working on. 3 strips were included in clue 1 and 3 strips in clue 2. So that means we'll do the last 4 strip sets in clue 3. And I don't want to rush anybody. So let me know if you are ready, if you'll just get to it when you get to it, what you would like to see from me next. Because, as I said, I was able to work ahead, so I've got my next 2 strip set groups ready to go, but I don't want to get too ahead of the group. So I can do my off-camera pressing, finish that up. We'll let those sit over there. Okay, Susanna is in the middle of 5, so she's still making progress. Okay, so if I gave folks another 20, 30 minutes before clue 3, sounds like we will be right on track. So I'm going to go ahead and keep sewing as well. I will just be a little bit ahead of the process, but then I can slow down as people join us this afternoon. If you're just sitting down to start the 4 Bits Mystery, welcome. This is a strippy jelly roll type pattern. So inspired by the idea of a jelly roll race, that you could just get that kind of lap size quilt from one jelly roll package. And we are working with 4 bits, 4 different units. Long one was 20.5 inches, and then 10.5, 5.5, 2.5. So 2, 5, 10, and 20, as I refer to them on the video, but always refer to the instructions for cutting. And I'm seeing more comments that people like the casual pace, so I will not rush to get into clue 3. So thank you for that feedback. So we have our 4 bits, and then each of the formulas for the strips uses a different combination of those 4 bits to make our rows of our quilt. So you can see my completed ones to the left of my workspace and my future rows together that I have planned. So each row we're going to do 3 different variations, and that will give us a nice scrappy quilt when we are done that is using up most of one full jelly roll package. I heard another quilter saying that she's always leery of the pre-cut friendly banner on patterns, because it may not make sense to cut the units from the jelly rolls, or whatever pre-cut size. It does work, but it might be easier with yardage, and I find that too. As I've described earlier in the live stream as I was sewing, I don't always like to use every fabric from one collection in the same quilt. I don't like to have the same pattern in different colorways matching. I'd rather use a completely different print rather than repeat a print in a different color. So, and I apologize for my voice. I came down with a cold here the holiday week. That always happens, even if you don't mingle with the general public. I was out and about a little more than normal. I have a nice work from home job, so I don't get out on a regular basis. And then seeing family for holidays, and they brought all the germs from the airport and that kind of stuff. So, but I do like using the 2.5-inch strips as the basis for my patterns. I just don't always design things to use 40 of the strips. So I do have some other patterns in my book, Monochromatic Quilts Amazing Variety. There are several patterns that are based on 2.5-inch strips, but they were not designed around a 40 strip set that you would find in a jelly roll package. So like I said, that label pre-cut friendly is not necessarily an indication that you get a full quilt with just one jelly roll, because honestly, those 40 strips could only work out to be a lap size quilt. So, as we've all seen with the Jelly Roll race. Sorry, my the cold is affecting my thinking. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes too, as I get on these live streams and just ramble. But I was trying to do the math for a jelly roll. So if all you did was lay out the strips and sew them together, you would end up with about a 40 by 80 quilt. So that's a little bit small for a twin. So we tend to chop them up, and that does funny things with the overall size when you add different seam allowances in there. As people have noticed with clues 1 and 2, some of the strips are closer to 50 inches long, some of the strips are closer to 48. So on some of those shorter strips, if you want to add another little bit of fabric, then obviously do what makes you happy. This is your quilt, your rules. Okay, I'm going to do some of the work behind the scenes on to get clue 3 available. So as you are ready to move on to that, you can do so. Just working on the website in the background here. Hello, full-time life. Yes, this will be a lap size quilt, approximately 48 by 60. And of course, you're welcome to add borders to make that a larger size quilt. But that's the size we'll end up, about a throw size. with just the one package of jelly roll strips. Victoria always presses towards the dark side. Yeah, I go with whatever's easiest for the pattern, and this one, it's so much easier just to press the entire strip one direction. So that's how I'm doing it. I do a lot of pressing open when I am paper piecing and when I am working with half rectangle triangles, which are featured in a lot of my patterns. Casey, yes, row 6, we put a lot of pieces in that one. Go ahead, drop any questions in the chat. Let me know how things are progressing. And the units you see on the workspace, the horizontal rows laid out, that is row 8. Clue 3 was just added to the website. Let me see if I... So I've had a bit of a challenge with email. It's going out. It's ending up in people's spam. It's getting lost in the internet somewhere. So I have put all the clues on the website listed in the chat. So you can just click over there. Download the clues. You can print them out. You can save them to your own computer as you need to today. I will be putting that website behind a password tomorrow. So if you were on with me first thing this morning when we had the password, it'll be 4 bits, all one word, lowercase letters. So you can come back to it if you want, but I am going to hide that website from the general public. So you're free to access it as much as you need today. Download, copy, print, whatever you need to do with the pattern. Share with friends, hit the like and subscribe button. True Blue Quilts is live every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. That time will change in the spring. I'm actually in Arizona and we don't do daylight savings time. So we flip back and forth. Part of the year where we're on mountain time, part of the year we're on Pacific time, which is why I always give times in Eastern. I figure everybody knows their own adjustment from Eastern time. But I am actually in Arizona. So my live stream on Wednesdays is just a casual sew-and chat. I like to have dedicated time to work on my sewing projects. So, Janet, yes, it does take a while to do that cutting. So there's no pressure to get this done today, but definitely download the clues or bookmark the site so that you can come back to it. And I will be in touch with everyone on email later on tonight. But I know that a lot of times if things come through and you don't want to be on another mailing list, you unsubscribe. Unfortunately, for a mystery quilt, that means that you are no longer on the list for me to send out emails. So I would ask that if you have signed up for this mystery quilt, that you at least wait a week or so to unsubscribe from the True Blue Quilts newsletter, and which is perfectly fine. I understand all of us, our inboxes get full of junk way too often. I do not share my email list. I do not, so if there are bots out there somewhere that are able to do that, it is not with my permission, and I apologize, but I don't think I'm in that category. But yeah, so go ahead to the website for those of you that are sewing with me here. I am not going to mess with sending out another email until a little bit later this afternoon. So you will need to go to the website that is linked in the chat for clue 3 when you are ready for row 7. I am going to start those right now. and get those up on the design wall. We are using our 4 different bits, 4 sizes of pieces cut from our jelly roll. Casey, just a heads up, row 7 is pretty intense also. We're using more of the smaller pieces, so that row will be a little bit short. This is one of my favorite fabrics in this set. I just love the speckledy multicolor stuff. And I'm glad you're here for the adventure, Casey. I should find a music channel to have in the background, but that would bring up all sorts of copyright issues on YouTube. And I sew in silence most of the time. I have very interesting conversations with myself. So tell me what you have going on in the background. Are you watching football, movies? Audiobooks, what's going on? This is my other favorite print in this collection, is kind of that dandelion looking one. And then there's another one I'm looking at over on the design wall, the upper left. There's a hummingbird in that one. Oh, Kathy, no worries. You've spent the morning cutting, that's fine. So hopefully you have the clue number 1, and that chart just tells you which pieces to gather for each row. And we're making 3 variations of each row. So on the design wall, I looked at the chart from clue 3. If you clicked on the website, that should take you directly to the page that says 4 Bits Mystery, the website in the chat. If you just go to and I can send you a direct link if you initiate the email. And that email is info@truebluequilts.com. We can try that. The link I've shared in this chat should take you to the dedicated page. There's 2 pictures at the top. You should see the little mystery logo, the detective looking at the ground, and then scroll down, and it says clue 1, clue 2, clue 3. But yeah, I understand your frustration, and I want to get that figured out. So let me grab my device and do some troubleshooting. Here, let me do a quick demo. This is the home page of my website. That will not get you to the clues. You have to, it's a hidden page, so you have to use the link in the chat or add the extension after truebluequilts.com/4 Bits Mystery Quilt with a dash between each word. And that will take you directly to the page. I'm trying to type this in so I can show you what the page looks like. And then if I could spell my own website name correctly, it would help. This is the page I'm talking about for the clues. It has the mystery logo at the top, and then the picture, and then as you scroll down the page, you see the links to the clues. So WPoly, hopefully that will get you there. So you may have to scroll back in chat to find that. Or like I said, go ahead and initiate an email to me, and I should be able to answer you without it going into spam. And Debbie sent me a message and said she's not able to download Clue 2 as a PDF. And maybe because I only put the Google link in and didn't upload it as its own file. But if you can click on the page and view it in Google, it does give you an option then on your own to download as PDF. So if you're looking at the let me try it a different way. Yeah, if you open it from the link, the Clue 2, you're looking at the Google Doc under File, download, and then the right arrow opens up and you've got lots of options. You can download it as a PDF there. And you know what? Let's I can make things super easy. Here is the direct Google link for Clue 2. Just copy all that URL code into your browser, and then I'll do the same thing with Clue 3. So you can scroll in chat and find these Clue 2 and Clue 3 links to the Google documents. Oh, read only. Okay, D, let me download those and get you a copy. I'm trying to think what the fastest. Yeah, it's a Google setting since I set it to view only. Um, I'm going to update the pattern download, and I will send a full copy to everyone. But it will take me, 24 hours to do that. D, can you take a screenshot and print from that, or send me an email and I can direct link you to a PDF. There's a lot of different settings on the website to get that. So as I said, It wouldn't let you screenshot? Oh, you were trying to copy. Yeah, sometimes you can make a copy and then a lot of times I just do the, um, what is it? Windows Shift S gives you a screenshot, and then you have a JPEG version of it. But like I said, if you email me and ask for the PDF, I can get that done pretty quick. Let's see, let me make sure that I okay, so um I'm solving tech problems in the background. Uh D I wasn't able to download a PDF either, and it's my own Google Doc, which is crazy, but very odd. Um, Diane, thanks with for the tip that you can open it on your laptop, but not on your tablet. So yeah, things work out very differently. And what's the abbreviation CZ? I don't want to guess and be wrong. Oh my gosh. What a great idea. Melinda says she's using a flat iron that most people use for their hair, but she uses it for her as a portable iron. That is a fantastic tip. And to answer Victoria, there are 3 piecing clues and then the assembly. So 4 total. Excuse me. Okay, so I need to get back into making Clue to a PDF so that I can get that out to other folks. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, anyone else that was having trouble with the downloads, I made another variation of Clue 2 so I can get that out to you. But like I said, if you can just view it on the website and do that for now, that works. You can always reach out to info@truebluequilts.com and I will respond individually. And Clue 3 is live on that website. So if you need that link again, truebluequilts.com/Four Bits Mystery Quilt. The 4 words each have a dash in between. Everything's lowercase. And I am ready to sew. I am working on strip 7, has more of the small pieces. So it's going to be one of those ones that's a little bit shorter. More seam allowances mean shorter overall strip. I can tell the cold medicine I took this morning is wearing off. My headache's coming back. My daughter's got the same crud and she's starting to cough, and I am hoping that doesn't happen to me. So, row 7, we've got quite a few of the 2, 2, 5, 2, 2, 5, 5, 20, and 5. So lots of the smaller pieces, smaller bits in that one. And it's so funny that they have all these automatic, thread cutters. I've got one on the side of my machine, and sorry, I got distracted. I don't want to start that the same way, so we will completely flip that around. So they put all these, I've got the automatic thread cutter. Don't like that. I've got the side thing. Don't use that. Always go back to my regular snips. And it just seems like a lot of extra thread. And then you have to remember to hold the tail on the next row. And with the thread cutter on my machine, it snips it off so short that it pulls the thread, like snaps back out of the needle, and then it comes unthreaded. So I end up having to rethread my needle a lot more often if I'm using the automatic cutter on my machine. Dee, I'm sending you the PDFs as we speak. So not a problem, since I'm sewing a little bit faster than other folks. My head start as the designer. Okay, so Dee, let me know if that doesn't get to you. I hope you guys are taking pictures of your progress. I would love to see your strips as they. Hello, Annette. I am just a little bit quiet here in the background, poking around as people are sending me emails and things. One lady says that she doesn't see my live stream. She only sees my pre-recorded videos from earlier, so that's very odd. Um, yes, and Kathy uses her Cricut mini iron, which is a great option for these small seams. And someone earlier in the chat said they used a flat iron that's usually for your hair. But yeah, that would be really quick and easy to just press. Oh, Diane, I'm glad we can help get you out of your funk. Okay, so I am done with that set. So I am going to press. I am working on rows from clue 3. This is row 7. You see it has lots of the bits. We have 4 different bits in our mystery. We cut 4 different sizes from our jelly roll strips. And we're making 3 variations of each one. My pressing is off camera. Hey, taking down number 8. This was my favorite with the hummingbirds on it. getting my groups together for row 9. This isn't the final configuration. I'm just getting my color sets together. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm looking around in confusion because I am short some strips. And I know I counted right. Yeah, I left off one row. So row 10 is wrong. We don't have enough fabric for row 10. So let me finish row 9 here. And then we will figure out what to do with row. Okay. If you followed my cutting and cut all the extra jelly roll strips into 2.5-inch strips, you will have plenty left over to substitute in row 10. So I am out of 5-inch bits for row 10. So I am changing that to 4 of the 2-inch bits instead of 2. So let's see. Yep. So now I have to decide, do I want to keep the 2 lights in the same row or vary them with that? Yeah. And at this stage, I have lots to play with. So I can just go through my stack and find ones that I like. Okay. So I'm going to have plenty to bring those other rows that were only 48 inches. I'll have enough scraps to, or 2-inch bits to add. So I can probably go ahead and do that on this one now. Let's see. That. Okay, let me quick edit the document for row 10. So if you have started on clue 3, there will be a change. Yay, Charlotte got things printed. Yes, there as people are running across this live stream and just signing up and downloading, so that's fine. Casual, sew along whenever you are ready. As I was just saying over on the design wall, I goofed on row 10. And as I was adding up, I saw an erase mark on my notes and thought and totally skipped over that unit. So I need to adjust the pattern. And I am adding an extra to strip 10. And then, as I said, you can go back and some of the shorter ones, as we get everything laid out, you will have extra 2.5-inch squares that you can add to some of those shorter rows to make it a little bit more even. Welcome, Jeff. Thanks for joining in. Make a note on the website as well. Okay, folks, I updated the document for clue 3 to fix row 10. So if you had already downloaded clue 3, go back and compare your chart for row 10. You'll notice if you go back and watch this section of the video, you'll see what happened. Okay, but I've got that all laid out and I am ready to sew. Okay, row 8 is Alice. I have not emailed clue 3. You need to get it from the website. And I am working on strip 8. Let me put that website in the chat here. I was just waiting a bit until I had time to get to the emails, because one woman show and I decided I wanted to spend more time sewing today than emailing. So, oh goodness. Alice, here is the link in the chat for all the clues. Yeah, I have not sent out clue 3 in email yet. I will do that later this afternoon. But please visit the website if you want to find it right now. So as I said, strip 8 was all the 10-bit size. Oh, I just threw that over there, and I need to add one more piece to it. Reach over here and grab my row 9. Okay, hopefully everybody heard that I goofed on row 10, so find the updated file. If clue 3 has not been emailed yet, you need to get it from the website, so check back in chat for the link. Did you get started okay, Jeff? And here is my third version of strip 8. I'm loving that big bold daisy print.
The thing is, I don't really know what the problem.
Okay, Jeff is saying that he only sees clue 1 and 2. Let me double check and make sure that I updated everything. Try refreshing your page. because it looks from what I can see on my end, Jeff, I've released everything. So, full-time life is saying that clue 3 is the same. It should show strip 10 should have 5 of the 2.5 and 2 of the 20. Let me try something else. I'm sorry this is so frustrating, folks. I am going to change the whole site so that all the clues are visible in one place rather than cutting back and forth to the other clues. So give me just a second to get that all organized. Okay, still working behind the scenes to get the website cleaned up, and okay. So the page now shows the full chart of all the strips that we've been sewing. Um, I'm scrolling back up through the comments. So Full-Time Life got the updated pattern. Melinda asked if I was doing away with row 10. No. If you see the workspace, I laid out row 10. I just ran out of the 5-inch bits. And so I substituted and added a couple more of the 2-inch bits, 2.5. You know what I mean? You've been here all day. So if you had enough pieces, great. I just had to adapt. Jeff, I just updated the website, took away links to individual clues, and put in the chart that shows all 10 rows. So if you refresh your browser, hopefully it shows up now. You may have to zoom in on the page because it's a JPEG and not a document, Google Doc or text. So let me know if you are still having problems. Okay, let me get this stuff together. Back to sewing. I hope even with the technical glitches, folks are having fun today, whether you are just living vicariously as Annette does. I wonder how many tabs you have open, Annette, since there are so many quilting live streams going on, plus all the other entertainment of New Year's Day. My third set. Diane, let's see. You should be able to scroll back in chat and find it. Here is the whole plan for the mystery quilt. So Diane, check in chat. Use that link. Ooh, Melinda. I'm just going through emails. She sent me some pictures. They're so pretty. Love those purples. Huh, Diane and Annette, for some reason, it sounds like the page hasn't updated for you. So refresh your browser, hit the little circle up by the URL, because clue 1 and 2 there shouldn't be any lines that say clue 1, because I deleted those and I actually put the chart right on the page. So somehow your internet is lagging behind the updates that I have made. So, okay. Okay. Thanks, Annette. Feel better. Yes, Renee, you have the updated row 10. Oh, Vicky, sorry for the frustration. Um, so what I did was I took down all the links to individual clues. So if you've been with me all day, then the website looks completely different. You've got 3 individual charts for the strips. I took that all away and I put the entire 1 through 10 on the website. And I'm going to compile everything into a clearer explanation and send that out so that if you actually went to the page where it said, purchase the free pattern, $0, enter your uh, name and email, then you're on my list and I will be able to send you the full pattern. So I am done with 9. I've got 10 on the wall. I need to go grab that. So I'm going to do some off-camera pressing. And we are approaching the finish line. Taking down clue or row 10. And then we can just add our other bits to give you something cool to look at. So here is the corrected strip 10 with the small bits and 2 of the largest. And here is the second version of strip 10. Remember, we're making 3 variations for each of the recipes of the strip sets. So I've given you kind of a formula for how many pieces to combine, and it's up to you how you rearrange those number of pieces to make a row. Okay, and here is the last of strip 10. And at this point, I have my 30 rows sewn. And again, I had time. I was all cut and had several of the rows sewn ahead as samples. So whatever stage your project is in is great. At this point, we're at a good place to take a break. Finish the rows, all 10 variations, so 30 variations. You should have 30 rows. And then it's up to you whether you want to add one of the 2.5-inch squares to the end of some of the rows that were shorter. You certainly should. I had plenty of fabric left over, so I will probably go back and do that as I start laying things out. Then it's just an improv layout. Mix and match the rows. I am going to try to lay mine out so that I avoid seam intersections, matching seams across rows. So like the, which row was it? Row 8 that just had the 10-inch pieces. I am going to spread those out so that they alternate with some of the rows that had smaller bits. And then we just sew those 30 rows together, and that makes our quilt top. Square up the edges, and you are good to go. As I said, this is a good break point, so I am going to stop this live stream and check in with my family, see what we have planned. I will probably come back on later this evening. So, yeah, just stay tuned. Look for emails. If you don't see the final pattern from me within 24 hours, go ahead and reach out and ask for that. And I will see you soon. Thanks for hanging out with me. Happy New Year.